Anyway, I'm being stupid. Let's play Silent Hill 2. Main scenario. We're gonna do Born from a Wish in our typical point where I like to do it. Right before we meet Maria.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Mary, could you really be in this town? Technically, she is. He's in the car. All these wonderful little details in the bathroom. I am decaying like a garment that is moth-eaten, and thy hath fashioned me, and turned around, and thou doth destroy me. Both quotes from the Bible, the book of Job, referencing Mary's decay from the illness, her deteriorating health, as well as James being the one to end her life, to destroy her. We've got a depiction of the demon Lilith painted on the wall here. The first wife of Adam in the Bible. Lots of relevant sort of religious overarching themes right off the bat in the environmental details. And of course, foreshadowing to Maria. Posters for Heaven's Night, right on your way out of the bathroom, already showing us Maria.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
guy has such soft S sounds in his speech. That's just how he sounds in general, yeah. Unless he really has to emphasize them for his, like, vocabulary mobile games. And there it is. Toluca Lake. Derwentwater. Those are photos of Derwentwater in Keswick, England, which Silent Hill 2 Remake references. They've got a few different direct references to Keswick. Carrasco VG, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. This is the real James. This is the OG. The other one's a clone. At least that's what I learned from the UFO ending. Got a map of Silent Hill. It is always so interesting coming back to look at the original compared to having just played the remake and done the cam hack and gone over all the details and stuff so closely, and still seeing these signs and things in the environment and the way that they're portrayed. The same sign with the same pointy finger, just slightly more rusty, a little more holes in the remake. Eddie's van, the white van that in that intro scene that I was talking about was missing from the remake, actually having like food wrappers and football stickers and things to tie it more closely to Eddie. But in the intro for this game, you see Eddie and Laura looking at a map sitting next to it. Paleville National Park, 10 miles away. Paleville, 10 miles away. Bram's 26.5. That's an enhanced edition change. It's 265 with no decimal point in the PS2 original release. Old Silent Hill 50. But for some reason, every time they re-release this game, they try to alter this sign. I guess it's just too inconceivable that reality is already being sort of shifted, altered, so that Bram's is further away than it actually is. Or at least the sign is not accurately portraying distances. It's to make you feel more isolated. Everything is further away than it really is. It doesn't need to be taken literally and assumed to be a mistake. Changed for enhanced edition changes it. HD collection changes it. Anyway, can't go any further by car. Guess I'll have to walk. The welcome sign where the L and the E have fallen. Always wondered how Laura met Eddie. Sounds like a bad sitcom title. I think the novelization tries to get into some of that. But it's one of those things left, like, pretty ambiguous. Don't give Netflix any ideas. the creepy sounds in the woods around us as we get closer to the town. Already giving you the impression between that and that buzzing, droning ambient sound. Like, things are clearly wrong. It's not just the fog. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. Have you seen Del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities? Not yet. Did we? That's how we found what? I remember looking that up, but I don't remember watching it. Okay. Apparently, according to my wife, we watched it. We didn't finish all of them. We watched a good chunk of it, according to her. It's completely fallen out of my brain, so I didn't remember watching it at all. Sorry. That space is occupied with useless video game trivia.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Man, just the little subtle differences between the deliveries and stuff of the remake change the impact of these scenes so much, even if the dialogue is like relatively unchanged. In the remake, you really kind of feel like these two are having a conversation with each other. Rewatching this scene for the original, they're kind of talking to themselves. Like, they're both there, they're aware of the other one, but they're kind of talking out loud to themselves. Like James, you know, I would do anything to see her again. And Angela, you know, so focused on finding her family in a graveyard, foreshadowing, but just that tone and direction with the camera and everything, they feel sort of like they're already in their own little worlds. They're not really engaging with each other.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
That's right.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I'm sorry. You could argue that the remake has just like better quality, like better acting in general, but these lines and deliveries, they're just so iconic for me. I love them. I love the tone. I guess. For tone, you can hear the unspoken weirdo. Yeah, exactly. And James just sounds like he's in a dream. That's right. He's just so kind of like, I don't know how to describe that tone. He's aloof, floaty for everything else that's going on. He's very unserious with what should be extremely serious. Silent Hill Ranch. Do you need the cam hack to see this Easter egg? I think you might need a cam hack to see this Easter egg. And I don't have mods and stuff installed. But on the back side of the Silent Hill Ranch sign, in the Enhanced Edition, there is the Comic Sans HD Collection version that's all crossed out with red paint. I love that the Enhanced Edition and the remake both have Easter eggs of the fucking HD Collection Comic Sans sign. It's a shame I can't show that one right now. Can you only play the HD Enhanced Edition with a physical Silent Hill 2 copy? Nope. You just need a working install of Silent Hill 2 PC to install the mod. So, if you were to go to a website like, oh, I don't know, myabandonware.com and download it for free, specifically the version, there's a download link that says works best with Enhanced Edition or something like that, and then install that and follow the instructions on the Enhanced Edition website, download that mod package. You too could theoretically be playing the Silent Hill 2 PC Enhanced Edition mod all free on your computer. MC Bad Bunny, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 19 months. Thank you, thank you. There's no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary. There's Jack Torrance. Little Shining reference. Team Silent, by the time they got to Silent Hill 2, this one doesn't have nearly as many blatant Stephen King references and horror references as Silent Hill 1 did. Silent Hill 1's got a ton of them all over. There's still a few. There's still definitely a few in Silent Hill 2, but they kind of toned it down by this point. Setting, abandoned town. Format, abandonware. Deserves more love. These games just deserve to be available. Konami, just do whatever you gotta do. Get whatever rights you gotta get. Sign whatever paperwork you gotta sign. And let these original games be available on GOG and Steam and PS5. The fans have done all the hard parts. They've done all the fixes. They've done all the adaptations, all the emulation, all the reverse engineering. Just let people play these original games without having to buy ridiculously expensive physical copies or resort to piracy. Please, please, Konami, please. People want to play these games, especially after playing the new ones, especially after playing the remakes. These games need to be available. Are these marks blood? That shadow just now looked like it had a fat ass. I better follow it and see where it goes. There's Eddie's van again. Hey look, solid auto truck repair. The remake changed that to make it a flat-out Metal Gear Solid reference. Also solid coupe. Metal products. Solid metal. Coup. Here's the fence that's all blocked off and turned into a remnant of the past in the remake. Oh, my voice is starting to give out. Come on, it's only been almost 10 hours. I love his battle stance. You get away from me. I have wood. And I'm not afraid to use it.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town?
Oh, yeah. This thing broken?
Why did you kill me?
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Mary's spoiling the game already. That's just how good this game was. You could spoil it immediately, and most people didn't even notice. There's still a lot of people I know who've played this game a ton of times, and until, like, I pointed that out to them, they were like, oh, I never heard that. You literally hear Mary's voice on the radio saying, why did you kill me? Something is written on it. Time for some town history. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of Blood Swamp. So there is no way to unblock the text on this, but it has been data mined for a very long time. The X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for this reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So you get a little bit of town history. This area used to be swamp, nicknamed Blood Swamp. You have the town's former executioners, which is somewhat what Pyramid Head is kind of visually modeled after. Why he takes on that appearance. Due to a painting depicting those old executioners. Jump scare. Got the apartment gate key. This is another one of those memories of the past, remnants of the past locations in the remake. Although it is just interesting now being much, much more familiar with the remake and coming back to the original and kind of seeing the way the layout, how different the fence and the building and stuff kind of leading to this area is set up. Very different. Similar, you know, familiar feeling, but still really different when you're familiar with both. T's Italian Restaurant, fancy gifts, Big J's. Everybody wants to go to Big J's. The streetlights that actually function, these all work on a cycle. If you wait and watch long enough, you'll see the crosswalk sign change. There it goes to yellow. And red. And safe to cross. There's I Love Groovy Music, which they made an explorable location in the remake. It's also in a different spot. Remake puts it over on this side where the dry cleaners is. And they put the dry cleaners on the other side of the town, and the pet center. Everything's in different places. Sorry, I'm dealing with the whiplash of having played a whole lot of Remake for the past several months. And this will be my first proper return to the original Silent Hill 2 in 5 months, something like that. 6 months almost. Ow. Scuffed my boot. My longest break from the original Silent Hill 2. Definitely one of the longer breaks that I've taken from this game where I wasn't playing it at all. For like speed runs or story playthroughs or YouTube video stuff. Garbage. No use for that. Let's see. I replayed it off stream to get some footage for the Let's Talk About Silent Hill 2 loop theory video. That's the last time I did a playthrough of OG Silent Hill 2. So when was that? When did that video come out? When did I publish that? Let's talk about loop theory. Let's talk about loops. That was 8 months ago. Jesus. Yeah, it's been a while. Doesn't feel like 8 months. Woodside Apartments map. Health drink. I gotta say, I really like the slower, I know I just kind of zoomed through it, but I kind of like the slower, more atmospheric build up to the apartments more than the remake sudden windstorm kind of forcing you over here. One of those things that I like. I get why it's different. Slow and atmospheric is not how games work anymore. You're gonna lose a lot of audience who just need things to be more active, because that's how our brains are wired. Everyone's got the social medias and the TikToks and the instant gratifications. So you can't just take your time wandering around in a foggy city until you figure out where you're going. You gotta give people a little more direction. I understand why things are different, but I really hates it. Bonk. Thing that looks to be of use. Although, once you're on New Game Plus, you actually get an extra memo in this spot. Kind of hinting at the ending that you previously had. The memo changes depending on what your last playthrough ending was. If you're too fast, you're going to miss out on a lot. Maybe for you. But I've also been streaming already for 10 hours, doing everything in Silent Hill 1 up to this point. And I would like to finish this game. And trust me, I'm not missing out on anything. This is a game that I could practically and have even done some portions of it blindfolded. I have this game committed to memory. Every little detail. I'm not missing anything. Maybe this particular playthrough won't be as thorough, but that's okay. You could watch one of the several dozens, hundreds that I've done over the last decade since I started streaming the series. This note must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand at 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. The clock puzzle that Bloober Team thought was so cool, they made all the clocks be the solution to this puzzle in the remake. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Go ahead, James. Put your ass into it. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. Kikyo, do you go back for the extra Eddie content after fighting Pyramid Head, but before leaving the apartments in the deep lore runs you do? A lot of the time, no. I have footage of it, so I know I've done it at least once. But most of the time, no, I don't think I do that backtrack. Similar to, like, if you try to go to Angela before Eddie, you can get the door is locked by a mysterious power message. It's one of those things that's, like, kind of neat, but for most playthroughs, I don't bother with it. Even the super in-depth ones. Right in the butt. But we can do some extra Eddie stuff this time around. There's our Heavy Viper graffiti. Bloober Team kept that in the remake. A lot of this graffiti they actually recreated. They added a bunch of new stuff too. But they did recreate a lot of this OG textures and graffiti and details and stuff. Pretty impressive. It's a shopping cart. What is that doing here? I've got a gun. Got the power of God and anime on my side. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Sure hope a snot-nosed little brat doesn't step on my hand.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
Baka. Can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. Who's that kid? One of my favorite sound effects in the game. It's a layered sound effect. And it's one of the... I forget what the term is. Auditory... Where you can hear a sound and some people will hear it as one thing and other people will hear it as something else. There's one of the more famous ones that spread around the internet was the like... Laurel, Yanny. Like, what is the sound clip saying? Is it saying Laurel or is it saying Yanny? Two people can listen to the same sound and some, one hears Laurel, one hears Yanny. That sound effect that just played works the same way. Where it's layered, it works in such a way where you will either hear the sound of a man screaming or the sound of a child or like baby screaming. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. So let me know in chat. Are you team man scream or team baby scream? What did you hear? That sure is a red pyramid thing. That thing has a red pyramid. I love his glow in this game. The remake still recaptures it pretty well.
Oh my God. Who could have?
Could have. He's dead. Who could have done this? Foreshadowing. James' corpse in a chair in front of a TV. Hinting at, well, multiple things. James projecting his own desire for death, the real reason that he came to the town. subconsciously manifesting into these corpses of himself, but also foreshadowing to him in the hotel, watching the tape, sort of when he starts breaking out of his delusion. Phenomenon is often referred to as auditory misperception or auditory hallucination, where a person hears sounds or voices that differ from what others perceive. That's not exactly the same thing, though. It's not just a misperception, and it's not like just a hallucination. It's just a sound. I mean, I guess technically, but like I said, with like the Laurel Yanny thing, you can just play it for someone and say, "What do you hear?" And then play it for someone else and say, "What do you hear?" And even you yourself, once you know what each version sounds like you can listen to both. Similar to the like visual, the visual version of that, where there's like the spinning ballerina. Is she spinning clockwise or counterclockwise? And the way the image is designed, it looks like both. You can perceive it as both. Auditory illusion. I would say that term is a little more apt. The black and blue dress, yeah, stuff like that. If it's black and gold or white and gold or black and blue, was it? It's kind of the audio version of that, where it's an illusion. You can have two people experience the same sensory input and perceive it in two different ways. But even just looking at chat, it's kind of split down the middle. Some people hear baby, some people hear man. One of my favorite effects in this game that Bloober didn't recreate. The moths are attracted to your flashlight and follow you around. And if you turn your light off, they fly away. Turn the light back on, they come back over to you. I was very disappointed. Going into the moth room in the remake, and there's moths flying everywhere. But it's just like an animated particle effect, essentially, taking up 3D space. They don't react to your flashlight at all. But clearly they had the technology to do that, because then you have the creepers, the little beetle type bugs, the big bad Beetleborgs. When you shine your flashlight at them, they run away and avoid it. It's basically the same effect, just reversed. So it's like they could have done it. You could have done it for the moths. It made that work. Too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of this hole. Better jam my whole arm in it. At least he has the courtesy to look first. I love that moment. Like, what happened? What did he think happened where he pulled his arm back? Something touched him? Felt something gooey? Something unexpected? Got the clock key. Hey, Random Ivy. Nub, just want to say, found your channel because I needed clear references for building Silent Hill locations in The Sims. I love your camera hacked videos. Haven't found anything else like them. It was such a treasure trove. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you enjoy what I do, and I would love to see your Sims recreations, if you have them posted anywhere. I love that kind of stuff. Small clock at the end of the key. Now that I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. Oh yeah, somebody asked about Lucky Hill during the intro monologue. Lucky Hill, as far as I know, does not function the same with Enhanced Edition by default, but the latest version of Enhanced Edition, in the configuration file settings, you can basically enable what's called speedrun mode, which more or less restores all of the functionality of the original PC version, but keeps the visuals and stability fixes of the Enhanced Edition. So if you're running in speedrun mode, I believe Lucky Hill functions the same as it would for the base PC version. Whereas if you're playing Enhanced Edition without the speedrun mode enabled, it doesn't function the same way. It keeps things more random. There it is, 10 past 9 and 15 seconds, the time that every clock except for 2 of them in the remake are all set to this time. In the original game, this is it. This is the only time, pun intended, this is the only time that we see that time on a clock. Like, it's just for this puzzle and then that's it. Remake really enforces the idea that there's more significance to it. A lot of people speculate it's like Mary's time of death kind of thing. Which, you know, that's fine. They want to infer more meaning, imply new stuff. But I did think that was a little funny. Just every clock in Remake, a little reference to that puzzle. Except for 2 of them. One of them in the apartments doesn't have hands at all. And one of them behind the check-in, the front check-in desk in the hotel is just it's just set to a different time. It's like 2 something. Could have sacrificed a clock for a can of bulbs. What I wouldn't give for the can of light bulbs. I think the loss of static camera angles in a lot of scenes causes Remake to lack a lot of the more surreal elements the original has. I would agree. There's definitely some moments where the problem is you kind of get desensitized to the camera view of the remake. You get so used to seeing so much of the game from that same perspective. And a lot of the cutscenes, like, there's some that are very well done where the camera is, like, very cinematic. But there's a lot of cutscenes that are not very creatively shot or framed. So yeah, there's some stuff that's lacking a bit. I would say what's lacking in the creative use of camera they make up for a lot of times with the voice performances and the physical acting. The physical acting does a lot of heavy lifting in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Just having so much more detail, all these little minuscule motions and movements and facial tics and things like that on the actors, on the character models, really does a lot to convey things in the scenes more than, you know, it would be nice if the camera also was a little less boring at times, but hey, these are the things we sacrifice because modern gamers don't want to try to learn tank controls. He ain't fucking. Ito said it himself, so don't even start. Don't start with me. Wonderful original closet scene. The blue velvet reference. Are you going to shoot Pyramid Head and then remain calm still? In the remake, Pyramid Head doesn't even react to the bullets. He no-sells it. What are some aspects of the remake that you feel are objective improvements? Physical and voice acting aside. Well, even with voice acting, I would say there's... It's hard to say with stuff like that because there's scenes that I like more in the remake. There's scenes that I like more in the OG because having a better actor doesn't always come across as more real. There's things in the OG that may not be the same level of quality acting, but I buy the performance more as like a real person rather than an actor doing a good job. Travis Painting Service. Travis Grady should have never became a trucker. Should have stuck to painting. I picked up the key, right? Okay. Objective improvements of the remake. Physical acting aside. I don't feel like there's much that I could really say. A lot of it really is just kind of personal taste. objective is so difficult. That's the key word here. That's messing me up. Because a lot of it really does, it just kind of come down to personal taste. Where some people will find it as an improvement, some people would find it as, you know, a betrayal of the tone of the original, or, you know, things like that. Availability? I mean, sure, the remake is definitely more easily available on modern platforms. You can just buy it and install it and play it. You don't have to worry about spending a bunch of money on a physical copy that's been out of print for 20 plus years, or downloading it off of a mildly sketchy website, you know? You can just get Silent Hill 2 Remake. But like, gameplay, combat, a lot of that stuff, there's aspects of it that I like, there's aspects of it that I don't like, and a lot of it is very subjective. Puzzles, I like some of the new puzzles and the way some of the things like that are changed for remake, but there's also less variety and randomization, which I don't like. Yeah, it's tough to say. There's not really a whole lot that you can say is like objectively better. It's entirely subjective for the most part. And honestly, like, it's so difficult to fairly compare OG and remake. Like, remake, I feel like, is a wonderful compliment. It's a wonderful love letter to the original and to the series in general. It's not something that I look at as being like intended to be an improvement over the original in every way, so as to like replace it. It's not trying to be that. It's very much its own thing, while still being respectful of the original. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Widmark. Love they put this in Silent Hill 4. It's in 3 in Heaven's Night. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they do a radio thing. I subconsciously was kind of doing that voice, huh? Yeah. That's right, they do that on the radio in Silent Hill 4. One thing I noticed about Remake that differs from Demon Souls Remake is that SH2 Remake doesn't eclipse the original in terms of discussion or what appears online when you search it. That could just be bias on my part, though. That's one of my main worries whenever something like this happens with a cult classic. That, as somebody who does a lot of research and looking things up and taking notes on the series, both the original and the remake, there definitely is a lot of stuff that's harder to get to now in terms of information on the original, because information on the remake does come up prominently. That's less of a problem with the remake existing and more of a problem of how fucking shitty search engines are now. You used to be able to search things and find the thing you're searching for. Now it's bogged down with fucking sponsors and ads and AI bullshit that try to assume what you're looking for instead of just giving you what you're actually searching for. That's not really on the games. That's kind of just how utterly trash search engines have become. What the? Who could have done this? AI? Did you do this? Anyway, here's the sound of Dave Shoffley puking up water into a cup. You want to talk about some dedication? The remake might have some really good actors and some really well done dialogue, but I don't think they got Danny Carane to puke up water in a cup like Dave Shoffley. That man was dedicated to his craft. The noises you hear, those little wet, squelchy sounds, yeah, that's real. That's not added in. That's actually the actor Dave Shoffley throwing up into a cup.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
I do like that they recreated a lot of these things. The posters, the magazines, the stickers. Pro football of power sports. Club Inflexible Person. R.I.P. Football Man. All the very slightly edited actual photos of football players. This poster of Emmitt Smith, the Dallas Cowboys. Okay. So somebody, sorry I already missed it in chat, said we don't even have to go all the way to Pyramid Head and then backtrack to Eddie. We just have to go Courtyard and then go back for that extra dialogue.
Are you still here?
Hey, look at that.
Yeah. I feel kind of sick. I'll be okay soon.
You should get out of this town when you can.
Yeah, I know, but
Huh. I legitimately didn't know you only had to go as far as the Courtyard, so thank you for teaching me something new. I thought it triggered after the Angela scene. Because anytime I did it, I usually did it after that. And you thought it was only after the boss fight with Pyramid Head. Well, we're learning things. And that's one of my favorite things to do. Share knowledge and learn more about these games with other fans. So thank you for that. That's what it's all about. Yoshio asked about the Spanish Silent Hill webpage because after looking for it again after all this time, appears to be gone. Don't have the exact URL, but only thing I ever had to find to find it was type in Cine y Easter together with Silent Hill in the search box. Yeah, I vaguely remember that site where you were talking about has the photo comparisons for like real world locations. I think I've even got screenshots of some of those photo comparisons on one of my older hard drives with a lot of my notes and stuff. But it's one of those ones where like I never got a lot of that from that website itself. I saved screenshots and stuff that other people took from that site and put up on like old forums and things. So, yeah. Afraid I don't remember. Sorry. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. I do kind of like how the remake treats Blue Creek Apartments as like an inverse otherworld version of Wood Creek. Even though that's not really how it's depicted here in the OG, it's just like another building that's crammed in way too close. But having you go through the like the door with the diagonal square pattern window thing and get to the other apartments and just be in a mirror version of the room that you were just in. I like that moment. I like that effect of like, oh, this is familiar, but backwards. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Reach in there without rolling up your sleeves and get it. Yeah, really slosh around in there. You can hear he's going for it. Looks like a wallet. Some kind of memo in it. 11, 12, 13, 10. Wow, what a code. What a code. Almost sequential numbers in order. I don't think I've ever gotten something that close to being a sequential set of numbers. That is some RNG. And as is tradition, there's nothing in this safe except for some optional supplies. You don't have to open it, but I like making James stick his hand in that toilet just for fun. Just for fun, just to know that he did it. It's totally optional in this game. They made it a requirement in the remake. You have to do it. But in this game, totally optional. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim Robbins, star of Jacob's Ladder, actor who played Jacob Singer. I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. David Lynch, rest in peace. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. And then the apartment itself, when you get the key for it, it's the Line, Lyne, house key, which is a reference to Adrian Lyne. The horror director. Are there enhanced mods for any other Silent Hill games? Not to the extent and care and effort that this one has. Like, this was a very dedicated team of fans that was working on this for something like 8 years from the very first getting everyone together and starting on it to their last update. It was like 8 or 9 years. Completely just unpaid, like just going off of fan donations and tips and stuff, working on passion alone. So there's nothing else like the enhanced edition for Silent Hill 2 for any of the other games. There are mods for the other games. Like there's resolution mods for like Silent Hill 3 and 4 where you can bump up the internal resolution a bit further than the default settings. There's some like shadow fixes and minor things like that for some of the other games. But yeah, nothing that is as extensive as Enhanced Edition for Silent Hill 2. Oh yeah, I gotta point out, we got Cookie. There's Cookie. One of those things that Bloober Team recreated and put all over the environment in Silent Hill 2 remake. Gotta have your box of cookie. I love that they kept stuff like that in. Cookie and butter cake. Do we have butter cake? There's butter cake right there on the floor. Small Easter eggs from 1, 3, and 4. I think Glitchy has found one. Not sure the other two have been found yet. Oh yeah, this game. There's supposed to be some little Easter eggs hidden around since the final Enhanced Edition update. Obviously, we're kind of doing a more casual playthrough right now, but one of these days, maybe someday very soon, we need to go through this and go Easter egg hunting. I'll have to install some like cam hack mods and things like that so that we can explore everything super thoroughly. But yeah, we'll have to do that.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
You afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please, don't!
Hey, Techie. My favorite otter. Second. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. shout out there for UFO Techie. Click on the little heart at the top of chat. Go follow Techie if you're not already following Techie. Techie's an absolute legend. Another amazing Silent Hill fan, very talented speedrunner. First person to run a Silent Hill game at a GDQ event. And an amazing Space Otter DJ. Man of many talents. Good to see you, Techie. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, dude. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. A photo. Angela's family photo, ripped in half. Remake didn't let you inspect the torn photo on the floor. You can see it, but there's nothing to indicate you can interact with it. Is that true? I kind of lost sight of the things that you could and couldn't interact with during the cam hack the last 2 months. Because, I would just look at everything up close anyway, regardless of if the game let me. That's the nice part about the cam hack. Does it really not let you just interact with it? Can't interact with it? Not being able to inspect it on my first playthrough? Huh. That seems like a massive oversight. Made a conscious note of it. Yeah, that absolutely should have been something interactable. It's been so long now since my first playthrough, I'm like, did I react to that? I must have, right? My brain doesn't work anymore. I'm sorry. All the blood pressure medication. A map of the United States. There's nothing of particular interest about it. You're telling me, James. Stupid ass country. I did comment on it. You just watched the first playthrough. Yeah. It's already fallen out of my brain, out of my memory banks. Stuffed animal. Probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. Oof. All right, guys. I have been going for almost 11 hours, and I've taken exactly one break. And it's getting a little bit rough going forward. I still am going to finish Silent Hill 2, but I kind of need to take a break right now to get out of my chair, walk around, stretch, use the restroom, fill up water, all that good stuff. So I'm going to take a few minutes, and then we will continue on with Silent Hill 2. I'll be back in a bit. I'm back. Sorry for the extended break, everyone. But again, this is only my second break out of 11 hours. So, yeah. Needed some time there. Got up, stretched, got some water, got some M&Ms. Little bit of sugar to keep me going. But I'm definitely feeling it. The young nub that used to do the 26-hour marathons every month, that man is dead. I am old nub now. 11 hours and I'm like, I need a nap. I need to take my blood pressure medication. Okay. let's keep going. Silent Hill 2. The enhancedest of editions. Metal Gear Solid 4 Old Snake theme starts playing. It's also still really hot. It's not quite as hot today as it has been for a while, but it's still very uncomfortably warm. So I'm kind of dealing with that too. So if we're going to go with Metal Gear Solid 4 references, you know when Snake is like crawling through the microwave hallway? That's about where I'm at. That's about what I'm feeling. I never dropped my juice. How could I forget to drop my juice? Take all the breaks you need. Thank you for your understanding, Nick. And thank you for your forgiveness, Agent 501. Garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. Got a coin, old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine, huh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, 3 minutes of CCTV footage was missing. I mean, Sullivan was dead from blood loss. The spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kinda crazy. Are there any examples in Silent Hill 2 of things that were completely lost in translation from the original Japanese release? Not really. There's not much. Some riddles and poems are kind of the most like noticeably different things, but like script-wise, dialogue-wise, and in terms of localization, especially for Silent Hill 2, Jeremy Blaustein, the localization lead and translator, was working directly with Hiroyuki Owaku. Like, he was working in person with Team Silent. He was also the casting director. And unlike a lot of Japanese games at that time, they didn't make the game in Japanese and then just like dub it into English. It was made in English first and foremost. Like, they hired English-speaking actors, did the mocap with those English-speaking actors. There is no Japanese dub. There was like a Japanese first draft, essentially, of the script that would have been done by Owaku. But even while that was being written, Jeremy Blaustein was there co-writing, more or less, and translating as they went along. So puzzles are like the only thing that really kind of had to be changed up a bit. And even then, it's not by much. Yes, the Silent Hill series was targeted for a Western audience. Right from the get-go. Even though it's Japanese developed, their target demographic was Western English-speaking, primarily American audiences. But, like, there's only 2 games in the series that have a Japanese dub. Still, out of all of them. Out of everything that has released up till now, there's 2 games that have a Japanese language dub. One of them is Silent Hill 2 Remake. Bonus points if anyone knows what the other one is. First one to say it in chat gets a VIP badge. Kabi-sama got it. Book of Memories. There you go. Book of Memories is the only other Silent Hill game in the series to have a Japanese dub. All the rest are done in English first and pretty much only. Let's see. We got our coins. We had our Angela scene. We had our Eddie scene. Sorry, I'm kind of catching back up to where I am, what I'm doing. Silent Hill 3 wasn't even the most sold horror game of the year in Japan. Number 1 was Siren. Number 2 was Fatal Frame 2. Yep. Oh yeah. Like, Silent Hill, especially in terms of like Konami's franchises, has always been one of the more niche ones. It's popular. Like, the fans of this series are very dedicated, but like in terms of sales compared to something like Metal Gear Solid, for example, Metal Gear Solid has sold something like almost 7 times the amount of like units per entry compared to Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1 was the best-selling Silent Hill game out of the entire franchise until Silent Hill 2 Remake. As much as Silent Hill 2 is sort of held up as this psychological horror standard and favorite of most fans, it didn't show in the sales numbers. 1 outsold 2. 2 outsold 3. It was kind of a downward trend with each new entry for the longest time. I'm playing on normal. I guess I'll find out. Yeah. There it is, the Adrian line house key. true. Guy he speaks a little bit of Japanese in the dog ending. Heather speaks a little bit of Japanese in the Princess Heart costume and the insane cancer room in the dance studio. There's like some hidden Japanese voice dialogue you can trigger there. Very weird Easter egg, but yeah. Technically, you're right. There's a little bit of Japanese, but as far as like a full-on, you know, dub into Japanese for the games, Book of Memories was the first one, and then Silent Hill 2 Remake's the only other one. And until Silent Hill F comes out. And then F is going to be one of the first entries to work the other way around, where it's made first and foremost for Japanese audiences, in Japanese with Japanese actors, and then translated to English. We're breaking ground. Hey, there's our whisper. There's our stock sound from the Nightingale Voice Box Volume 2. Or whatever it was called. The stock sound that launched 1,000 theories. It even threw Jeremy Blaustein for a loop. Because fans theorized it for like a decade after this game came out with no definitive answer. And collectively, everyone just kind of agreed like, oh, it's probably Guy Sihi whispering something about go home, see my dead wife, do some laundry, something, something. And Jeremy Blaustein did an interview where someone asked him about the whisper. And he was like, oh, I don't know. It was probably an actor muttering to themselves in the vocal booth, and the Japanese audio guys who don't speak English just clipped a little bit of it and put it in the game. That was his best guess as to what happened. And then that stood for several more years as the answer. And then somebody found the stock CD that had the whisper just completely unmodified, literally just a stock sound taken off of a CD and dropped in there. Like 15 years after the game came out. Still better than the laundromat asset in Ascension. Yeah, Ezio. The King Wash laundromat in Silent Hill Ascension. It's a stock asset. A lot of people recognize it from... Oh, it's an indie game... arcade simulator, arcade manager, something like that. Ouch. Stop that. You stop that right now, you big meanie. How dare you? How fucking dare you? How could you do this? How could you hurt that poor little lying figure? You monster. You monster, Frisbee. just love the sound. The hollow metal thunk. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Man with his wood is too much for you. Was that a boss fight? That was a boss massacre. That was a boss execution. Almost did a helm splitter. Straight up bullied. Now I'm curious, what does Eddie say? Well, it's too late now. There's nothing more to do here. Guess I'll go back to looking for Mary. Don't know if you talked about it, but there's a YouTube video where they compiled a lot of CD samples that were used in Silent Hill songs from 1 to 4. Funny enough, I bring it up and I shout out that YouTube video and that YouTuber in my upcoming Silent Hill 1 Iceberg video. So I haven't talked about it in a lot of my videos yet, but I do make mention of it in the Iceberg video that I'm working on now. Also, James fall down. Gotta make James fall down. Because it's fun. Just fun. And you can't do this in Remake. You'll never find Luke Roberts falling down off of stairs and skinning his knee.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Almost jarring. Sorry, I'm eating M&Ms. The way the model snaps into falling. Oh yeah, gravity grabs his ass quick. His hands move differently depending on what he's holding. You switch to like handgun. Oof. So like, here's the forward fall with the gun. And here's with plank. You can see he keeps his right hand kind of tucked in closer where he holds onto it. Backward fall with the plank. Backward fall with the gun. Really gets them elbows. And it's funny because I remember in an interview with Guy Seehee, he talked about doing the mocap, where he was like, it was so painful having to do all of these falls onto a super thin mat on the ground while you're wearing all this mocap equipment. That was like one of the hardest parts of the mocap process for him, was those animations that most people never even see. You see it like once when you drop in the pool. That's when most people will see it. But that's about it. Stairwell items? We don't need them. We don't need them. We're not doing 10 stars here. I've got a wooden plank. That's all I need. I've beaten this game with less. Although, now, we're about to finally be introduced to the most important character in the game, my beloved hot dog cart. So before we get to hot dog cart, before we get to the hot dog wagon, we're going to make a save right here. Just kidding, I'm talking about Maria. Before we get to Maria, we're going to make a save here. We're going to go back to the start, and we're going to play Born from a Wish. Because Born from a Wish ends right where Maria and James meet. So this is my favorite part to do this. This is my favorite part of story playthroughs, to do Born from a Wish and have it all line up with the main scenario to kind of give context. Yeah, I've played the game, it's fine. We know.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
Maria has been born from a wish, given a physical form by the power of the town and James's desires, along with Mary's feelings and memories, and she's been given a sense of self and her own will to do what she chooses. Do I run away? Or do I fight? And if you check the inventory, what does she start with? A revolver that holds 10 bullets, but it's only got 1 in it. The town basically being like, here you go. This is your existence. If you want to end it right now, here you go. Here's your revolver and your 1 bullet. But Maria, being an absolute queen, says, fuck it. Give me those bullets. I'm going to reload. And I'm going to go make my husband's life a little bit more sad. I'm going to go fuck with the man who killed me because I choose to. Not because the town's making me do it. Town gave me an option. I'm choosing to go and ruin this man's life. We are making a conscious decision with our own will. And And a Chinese cleaver. Queen shit. Absolutely goat shit. Icon. And we're gonna run around like we're trying to, I don't know. He's wearing a thong and it's going places she never thought it would. Try to get it out while you're running without looking suspicious, but you know. We've all been there. Pardon me, fellows. I love that there's a lying figure just chilling on that roof. Just doing its own thing. Nice leisurely stroll through the town. I'm gonna go hang out in a mansion. Still hoping for a Born from a Wish DLC, along with OG costumes and OST swap for remake. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Ow. Would be nice to see the remake release this extra story with more depth to it. Maybe an extra area to explore, more puzzles, more lore memos could be neat. There's definitely a lot of potential. There's a lot of neat things I think that could be done. Yeah, they've already expanded on Maria and some of her characters, some of her scenes in the remake, but I like Born from a Wish for what it is. Definitely wouldn't complain about having more stuff in Silent Hill 2 Remake. If they get rid of the Ernest Hemingway line, I'm uninstalling. What's your name? Ernest Hemingway? Baldwin. Lock's broken. I can't open it. By the way, Ernest Baldwin voiced by Ward Sexton, who was also the guy in Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 4 who says Resident Evil on the title screen. That's Ernest Baldwin. Yeah, that guy. That's Ernest Baldwin. Ernest was the resident, confirmed. It was Ernest all along. Jimi Hendrix quote, Jimi Hendrix reference, gun in your hand. Hey, Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? Did you see the mannequin just try to slap that lying figure? Ow. I forgot about the enhanced edition red screen vignette. Okay. We're getting a cleaver. Given all the stuff I've heard about the novel and know about the game, a Laura story could be interesting if it had purely exploration and puzzles, with occasional lore memos. Feel like no monsters or combat would get some people complaining in a horror game. For sure. There's still a lot of people who won't give, like, Shattered Memories a chance. I love Shattered Memories. It's one of my favorite games out of the, like, original ones. And there's still a lot of people I know who are like, yeah, I just don't like games where you can't fight back. Hey, Dulcie. How's stream going? What all have you done today? 11-hour uptime. Almost 12 hours. We're at 11 hours and 41 minutes. We played Silent Hill 1 and started Silent Hill 2. We just got to Rosewater Park, where we're about to meet Maria, which is my favorite time in the playthrough to stop what I'm doing and do Born from a Wish, so that you get these two stories happening simultaneously. I love that key art of Maria's face. OG or Silent Hill 2 Remake? OG. That's what we're playing. I played Remake for the last, like, 2 months, you guys. We're playing something different. There's a 30-part cam hack series. Let me play other stuff. Fireplace is boarded off. Do not use is written on it. Scrolled all the way down through the Silent Hill Facts Hub Twitter to their very first post, which was about the Resident Evil connection with Ernest Baldwin's voice actor. Well, there you go. Didn't know about that until you saw their post about it. I'm addicted to IMDb and like looking up voice actors. I'm friends with a lot. Well, I shouldn't say friends, I guess, but I used to be a regular at anime conventions, and I used to be one of the main staff, the night events director for San Japan in San Antonio, Texas for several years. So there are a lot of voice actors who I've gotten to know very well over the years. And it's one of those things that I love learning about. I love meeting voice actors, and I love looking up voice actors and what their various roles are. So looking up Ernest was an interesting one.
Somebody there?
Here's
Open
the man.
Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Resident Evil. Sorry.
Thank God. I finally found somebody. Can you open the door?
No.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face. Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes, I know. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
My name is Maria. What's your name?
Ernest.
Hemingway?
Baldwin.
Ernest? I'll be back.
Hemingway. If they got Ernest Baldwin for this game, why didn't they get him to say Silent Hill in the title screen? I mean, we kind of get that in the Silent Hill 1 UFO ending. I don't think that was Ward Sexton saying it. But the UFO ending music has somebody saying Silent Hill in a very similar, like, Resident Evil way. Silent Hill, 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 hill. Do 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 do. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Why is Maria fighting James's monsters? Because she is also James's monster. The same way Pyramid Head fights James's monsters. She's a manifestation, just like all of them. Red board. Black board. So, rebirth ending items. If you look at each of these boards. The bottle of white chrism. When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing. O spirit of the mist, grant us fortune eternal. Written on the back. The obsidian goblet. When the dark grail is found, I shall dedicate this thing. You who deny death, grant us fortune eternal. Written on the back. And the crimson ceremony. When the crimson words are found, I shall dedicate this thing. O you gods, deep in slumber, grant us fortune eternal. So Ernest Baldwin was somebody who started researching the cult, learning about rituals, and wanted to perform the rebirth ritual himself for his daughter, Amy Baldwin, who fell out of the upstairs window and died, and broke his heart, as we learn from this inscription, this epitaph. Along with you died joy. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. But I will never give up. One, to see your beautiful smile again. One, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered, but until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. There's a key firmly embedded in the stone beneath the depression. No matter how I try, I can't pull it out. I always forget. There's a bit of a trick to this. You can put two of the boards in exactly as they are, and then rotate the last one. Whoops. Or is it 90 degrees? Not that one. Honestly, a really interesting Silent Hill concept, to be honest. Content in the POV of a Silent Hill manifestation that just gained sentience. There's a lot of potential for some really interesting horror in that scenario and plot if they revisit that. I agree. There it is. With the three boards overlapped, the key came free. But yeah, this is one of those sub-scenarios. It's cool. I like it. It's not like my ultimate favorite mind-blowing thing. I feel like you learn most everything about Maria from the main scenario. The Born from a Wish sub scenario is cool. I like it. I like being able to play as Maria and do this little sub scenario. I like her interactions with Ernest Baldwin, and I like that it reinforces a lot of the stuff that you kind of get inferred and implied from the main scenario. So yeah, exactly, just chilling. I'm glad it exists. I do wish it could have been either a little bit more substantial or featured multiple small scenarios for other characters. Like, you go through the Maria scenario and then it gives you a Laura scenario, and you go through the Laura scenario and then it gives you an Angela scenario. Something like that would have been neat. I would have really liked to know more about those characters, what they were doing before they got to the town or before James ran into them. I think stuff like that would have been really cool. But for what it is, like, I like Born from a Wish. All right, Ernest.
Ernest? Are you there? No. I guess not.
That's where we get this plate. Is it just me, or is the voice acting and or script in this scenario kind of stiff compared to the main game? Well, I'm not sure what the development process was on this, because this wasn't part of the original release. This may have been something where they had to call Monica Horgan back after already having done all the main scenario stuff. So it may have been just kind of a quickly thrown together little mini thing where they didn't have as much time to work on the script and get good takes out of the actress and things like that, compared to at least how much effort went into the main scenario, which already was a lot less than most people would probably realize. I've never read this, but somehow it seems familiar. Shelf is filled with fairy tales and other children's literature. This is her kind of realizing she has Mary's memories, these memories of things that don't belong to her. Small bed for a child. Small bed for you. Stuffed animals line the top of the shelf. Nothing very interesting. Oh, is this a teddy bear? It's not very well made, but it's sort of cute anyway. I bet Laura would love it. She loves bears. Laura? Who am I talking about? And why do I know she loves bears? So yeah, little things like this. Cool to see. I like the little nods to, like, she is a manifestation, but she's not just a puppet of the town. She has her own will. She has her own consciousness. She makes her own decisions. And she has Mary's thoughts and memories and feelings. She remembers Laura because Mary loved Laura. She knows about her because of Mary. This calendar is from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, November. There you go, everybody. Now we can exactly figure out the timeline. November, where the first starts on a Thursday, and then add 10 years.
Oh no, she fell in the window! Don't move her!
My cat is screaming at me. I know, Zuzu. You didn't fall out of a window. And even if you did, you're a cat, you would be fine. There's a candle here. Can't see anything. If only I had some light. But yeah, we get the little audio clip there of Amy Baldwin falling out of a window. Box of matches, only 2 or 3 matches left, found in Amy's room. A lit candle provides some light in the area. Pile of junk. Doesn't look like there's anything useful. There's something below the chair. Is this a birthday card? To my dearest daddy, happy birthday from Amy Baldwin. I love my daddy. Series marathon being played in order of release or chronologically? Order of release. We played Silent Hill 1, now we're playing Silent Hill 2, OG.
Give it to my daddy.
Okay, Amy. A little bit of lore on the acacia plant. The key that we got was the acacia key. It was on Amy Baldwin's headstone. There's a book here. It looks like a plant encyclopedia. Acacia, a genus of evergreen trees of the mimosa tribe of the pea family. Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Common varieties include the gum tree. The acacia tree is a potent symbol in many religions across the world. In Christianity, it represents eternal life and morality. More things tying in with the idea of the rebirth ending, the rebirth items, and long life or eternal life. In ancient Egypt, it represented purity and rebirth. Straight up same verbiage used as the rebirth ending. While in ancient Babylonia, it was thought of as the tree of the goddess Ishtar and a symbol of life, capital L. It was also a holy tree to the ancient Jews who built the sacred Ark of the Covenant from it, and for whom it signified a peaceful death and a release from grief. It's not so much a peaceful death or release from grief when we're talking about bringing people back from the dead, potentially against their will. Also, yeah, Ark of the Covenant. Team Silent learned about that from Indiana Jones. We saw that they reference Raiders of the Lost Ark in Silent Hill 1. I wonder if that's where they learn about the Ark of the Covenant, too. Oh, also this little area with the windows and the fog. In the intro scene, there's a clip that's only used in the intro that's not in any of the actual in-game cutscenes of Angela, like, running through a house, running through a hallway from outside the windows, is where your camera view is for that little clip. And I think it's this hallway. I think they just kind of repurposed this, some areas that they had to kind of construct the Baldwin Mansion. More rebirth info. Lost Memories. There's copies of this book just everywhere. There's the one that you pick up as part of the rebirth ending items, from the newspaper stand at the gas station in the main scenario on New Game Plus, and it's found in Brookhaven in Leonard's room in Silent Hill 3. Lost Memories. I have the strongest trust, you may even call it faith, in the miracle called resurrection of the dead. Upon the hill, the silent one, light descended. The beast intoned his song, with words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night. The grave become an open field. Words of blood is the crimson ceremony, drops of mist is your white chrism, and the vessel of night, your obsidian goblet. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion, but my faith in the salvation of Zuchilpaba did not waver. I love that we start dropping cult god names. Zuchilpaba, which may or may not be the same deity as Zuchilbara, depending on who you ask. Also, these gods were made up by Hiroyuki Owaku. He mentioned in an interview that he pulled references from lots of different religions and cultures and things like that, when coming up with kind of the cult and all of the things surrounding the cult and all of their rituals and deities and things like that, and including Mayan and Aztec gods and deities and historical figures. And he said he basically took some of the syllables and naming structure from those Mayan and Aztec gods and made up his own, like Zuchilbara and Zuchilpaba. Lobsolvith. It is also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. Something imprinted towards the bottom of the page. Did Ernest write this? What could it mean? Blood equals red, mist equals white, night equals black. Yeah, we get it. Not very interesting books. Bookshelf is lined with complete editions of difficult-looking books. Not interested in any of that. I am. Come on. Read them. Oh, well.
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
Why do you ask me that?
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
Yes. Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny, I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks. Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But I...
White?
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
I don't know.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, it beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
Amy's present to her father, Ernest, bound with a birthday card. We'll just leave this here for now. What does he mean there? That's why you can see me? I don't think it's, like, literal, because obviously you never actually see him. I think it's more to be taken as, like, that's why you can perceive me. The implication being that the reason he doesn't continue attempting to do the rebirth ending or the rebirth ritual, the reason he doesn't go next door and get the bottle himself, is because Ernest himself is already dead. That's also why he says that when Maria brings him the card and he says, "Now I understand," after it's too late. Some kind of plate on the floor. Amy Baldwin. I'm reading, you inconsiderate insect. Some kind of plate on the floor. Amy Baldwin. She was loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. Same age as Alessa when she was ritualed and soul split. Same age as Cheryl when, well, the first Cheryl, when her soul was reunited with Alessa. I don't know if there's any significance to that, but we get Amy's age. And then, yeah, the graffiti on the other side of the Baldwin mansion. Keep out of haunted mansion. So, yeah. The implication that the Baldwin family is already dead. At the very least, Amy and Ernest are. We're able to hear Amy's ghost as well as we're heading down from the attic. But yeah, I think the Ernest line is more just... he's understanding why Maria can perceive him, can interact with him, can talk to him. Even though he says, like, that's why you can see me and you never see him. Because he understands Maria is very similar. She's kind of a ghost, kind of a memory of a dead person that has been manifested by the town. And you could argue there's definitely some open debate. I think the majority of the clues kind of hint towards Ernest and Amy Baldwin having been real and alive at some point 10 years ago. But now they're both dead. But you could make the argument that they're potentially manifestations of the town as well. Possibly based on people who were real at some point, but yeah, not necessarily just ghosts.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
Something written on the desk, but it's too dark to read. We don't have a flashlight. We don't got to worry about that stinky old coin puzzle. We'll leave that to James Doo-Doo hands. I don't think it lets us go anywhere else either. Everything else is locked off. The other doors are locked, or they tell you can't open. Can't open, door stuck. Spock Jr., thank you so much for the 150 bits. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. It does let us go up here. For whatever reason. Farm some extra enemy kills. We can read the Dear Tim note. We can even go into the Pyramid Head boss fight area. And there's no water. This should take me to the alley that runs to the park, but first, I'd better take care of my promise to Ernest. Ever think the opening scene where Angela's running in the Baldwin mansion is actually just her passing just by Maria? As she bails the apartments after meeting James the second time around, since she doesn't have her knife on her. I'm very tired. Sorry. No, I get what you're saying. That Angela saw, well, maybe not saw, but Angela was running out of the apartments, which are adjacent to the Baldwin mansion. So she was freaked out after everything that went on with James. Maybe. Maybe. Personally, I think it's more likely they probably didn't have Born from a Wish ready by that point. Whenever they would have been rendering all of that scene and everything for the intro. So I think it's kind of the other way around. They created some areas to use for some of those intro scenes. And then when it came time to make Born from a Wish, they had to make it quickly. And they were like, well, we've already got this location data from these other pre-rendered areas, pre-rendered cutscene things that we've already made. We've got this little hallway. So when they're building the Baldwin mansion, making all of these rooms and areas, they had a few locations they could just use, not have to make from scratch. Thank you, Mizzy Maz. I'm glad you've been enjoying the marathon. I hope everyone's been having a good weekend and enjoying the streams and stuff so far. Even if we're only gonna play 2 games today. It's still nice to be feeling well enough to where I can do these longer streams again. It's gonna definitely be more rare. I don't think I can do this like monthly the way I used to or anything like that, but try and start working these into the schedule a little bit more.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
I'm not sure God is the right word.
Do you believe in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So, what if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James... Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
James.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
So that's Born from a Wish. Now, we have the understanding of Maria's creation. We know that she's got a will of her own, that she has Mary's memories. She knows James is a bad man and has made the conscious decision to not take her own life, continue to exist, purely to go and fuck with James. So now, this is where we are in the main scenario.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
She sure does say anyway a lot for someone who hates that word. She hates when James says it in regards to her being alive or existing. But it's just one of those words. Everybody in the 90s and early 2000s said anyway. Everyone said anyway, and you know what I'm saying? It was just one of those things. Part of the vernacular. Now we have Maria following us around, joining us on our adventure. Fully aware of who and what she is, and who James is. The fact that he's a bad man. Whoops, sorry. There goes the Maria ending. Finishing Silent Hill 2 today. I really want to. At this point, though, for me to kind of do it reasonably and get some sleep, and then come back and do another, hopefully 12 hours tomorrow for Silent Hill 3 and 4, we kind of just need to, like, speed run it and watch some cutscenes. Like, I still don't want to skip scenes and stuff, but we more or less just kind of have to rush through it. Because we're already at 12 and a half hours that I've been going. Also, what's up, Hirimi? Yeah, Lakeview, one word. I'm I'm telling you, the spelling of Lakeview is all over the place in Remake, and I think there's inconsistencies with that in this game as well. It's more consistent in this game, but I think there are things that also have it separated in different capitalization.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Mary? Silent Hill 2 pillow? That's a real thing, K9 Online. Konami released an official Silent Hill 2 pillow with part of Mary's letter written in glow-in-the-dark ink on it.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember, but...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Forget you. James sounds so goofy. I love that use of phrase. Again, it's just so of that time period. That was like me in middle school wanting to say fuck you to one of my friends, but there's like teachers around and I know I'll get in trouble. So it's like, forget you.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Is Eddie athletic in an offensive linebacker way? Have you seen how quick that dude can move in his boss fight? That man's got some speed.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there. James, you can't make it through there.
That's my favorite scene. To talk about how HD Collection completely forgot to add audio there. Yeah. Where Maria tells you you can't go in there if you re-examine the alleyway. Even when they patched it, they didn't fix that for the PS3 version. It's broken in all versions, all patches of HD Collection. That cutscene is just missing audio, even with original and new voices. They just forgot that scene existed, I guess.
It's no good. It's locked.
Here's James's alcoholism. This little bit of dialogue. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. Totally normal stage. Yeah, that's fine.
Over there!
She went inside Brookhaven. Enhanced Edition fixes it to where it says Brookhaven. But in the PS2 original, it's Brookhaven. Brookhaven Hospital. Now that we've made it this far, I need to take another quick break because I really do want to finish Silent Hill 2 tonight, even though we're already at almost 13 hours into this marathon of 1.5 Silent Hill games. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow doing another very long stream like this for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. So I want to try and get through all of that this weekend. But I need to pace myself. I need to make sure I'm getting up, stretching, drinking water. Continue tomorrow so you don't have to rush it. If I continue tomorrow, I'm going to have to rush it anyway so that I can get to 3 and 4. I'd like to do at least the main first 4 games between today and tomorrow. Although 3 is pretty short. 4 is kind of long, though. And we're picking up from where we left off yesterday, right at the start of Brookhaven. Saw Punchy streaming a patched PAL version of 1 that put the Grey Children in while having the Alessa White Claudia lore accessible. Yeah, I've heard about that. Or was it Three Dog? Whoever you may have seen, I've heard about that patched version of Silent Hill 1, that like modded version. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to see what all is necessary to set that up, because that would be a lot of fun to go through. A very complete version of Silent Hill 1. Get stick bugged. Anonymous gifter giving Hammer Panther a tier 1 sub. Getting stick bugged. Get gift subbed. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Enjoy that sub, Hammer Panther. Oops, sorry, Maria. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. It's not like COVID. It's not a phenomenon. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Purple Bull. Speedrunning lore commentary could be an interesting niche. This hallway symbolizes James's sexual frustration. Okay, we gotta go. I gotta tell you, I'm not very good at combining those two sides of my brain. I can sit and do lore, but I cannot do it quickly. And I can speed run, but I can't talk. When I'm focusing on remembering what to do and where to go. And in the time it takes me to explain thing, I've already sped past, 9 other things.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Look, there's Handsome Jack. There's the poster from that they included in the remake. A lot of these little details I was very impressed with that they kept in the remake. No, we're gonna look at the stupid poster. I want James to say the line, Bart. There it is. This is no time to be looking at a stupid poster. Jaden DT, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Hey Nub, what was the tool you were chatting about way back that you could use to view assets in Unreal Engine 5? You said it cost money, I think. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. It was something I was made aware of through another content creator. And then when I looked into it, it was like a $20 software thing. I was like, oh, I'll just go with a free mod. I mean, it's not like a super expensive thing or anything like that. But yeah, I just don't remember off the top of my head, unfortunately. Sorry. If I look it up, if I remember to look it up after the stream and stuff, or if you can remind me in Discord, I'll let you know. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute, what's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box. 5939. It can't help him anymore. The button, key, doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Is who I am is who I am is? $5939. Sorry. Definitely not getting that Maria ending. View asset browser for Unreal Engine. That might be it. Lapis key, some more shotgun shells. Need to save the remaining shells for fleshy lips. Wheezy jibs. Sorry, Maria. Bumping Maria a lot. Normal difficulty is 7335. Yeah. Way to go, brain. We don't even have to go downstairs.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
What ending are we going for this run? Any idea what endings we want from 3 and 4? I'm not really going for anything particular. This is a fresh install. I had to reinstall this, so I don't have any of my saves. So we don't have New Game Plus. That's out of the question. So no dog, no UFO, no rebirth. I've already been bumping Maria a lot, and I'm going to be going through the games somewhat quickly.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find
So Maria ending is very, very unlikely. Most likely it'll be leave or in water. But I'm not really too concerned with which. For Silent Hill 3, it's going to be the normal ending, because Silent Hill 3 only has 3 endings. You've got the normal ending, the possessed ending, and UFO ending. And The possessed ending takes way too long to do as part of a marathon, because we have to kill a lot of enemies and take a lot of damage, and it drags out the length of the playthrough too much when I'm playing multiple games. And the UFO ending ends the game too quickly. We don't get to see the majority of the game. It stops as soon as we get to Heather's apartment. So I don't want to do that either. So Silent Hill 3 will just be the normal ending. Silent Hill 4, it'll probably be a bad ending because, again, trying to take care of Eileen stretches out the length of that game, and it's already kind of a long game, even when you're going through it fast, so... Like, I can take the time to deal with hauntings. But, I'm not going to worry about making sure Eileen's okay. $5939. Just need the bloody number. Do you prefer the remakes James in the Closet scene or the original? Overall, I prefer the original, but there are things about the remake version that I like, for kind of different reasons. I think it's a little bit more threatening having Pyramid Head completely no-sell the gunshots, instead of doing the sort of reaction that you get in the OG, where he kind of bounces around as you shoot him. Having him just stand there and not give a shit, that was a nice touch. But in general, I think I like the cinematography and the pacing of the original scene better. It's also a little bit more creepy how Pyramid Head enters and exits the scene, where you hear him sort of walking off and just kind of fade out into nothing. He doesn't go through a door. He doesn't break down a wall. Something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. Diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? One of our patient parallels to Mary. Ouch. Damn it. Tanks it. Just like, Braintree. See, in this game, unlike the remake, you're actually hurt by Pyramid Head falling through the roof. They don't take any damage in the remake. You're totally fine. Hey, what's up, Hank? So far, so good. 1867. Good year. Nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I guess I'll just take those hairs. Still prefer the original jump scare on the rooftop. The use of fixed camera so well, and it uses the anxiety the dragging blade has already instilled in the player. I agree. I agree. Like that whole moment in the remake works best if you already are familiar. That's the thing. So many things in remake only really work if you already know the original. Like the setup of going into that little room, picking up the diary, and then suddenly Pyramid Head's there when you try to leave. It works well if you know the original, and it plays off of your sort of memories and expectations of when is Pyramid Head going to show up. But if you were completely blind, never played the original or the remake, and it's your first time just going through the remake, I don't think it's as impactful without kind of having that experience already of the original game and knowing Pyramid Head's going to show up, but where, when. And there's a lot of stuff in the remake that's like that. It plays off of your expectations, kind of assuming you already know the OG. That's why I said it's a good love letter to the game. It's not the most faithful in terms of remakes, but it's a really nice companion game to the original. All those stuffed bears.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I want to go get it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess it won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
Baka. You baka. James, all you had to say was please? Exactly. You just had to say the magic word. Ooh. You know how they kept a lot of the original monster sound effects for a bunch of the monsters in Remake? I wish they would have kept that one for Flesh Lips. Ooh. Jacob's Ladder time.
James. James. James.
Oh yeah, Enhanced Edition has the creepy face pick in director's office before you leave. I'll try to remember to look at it. But I mean, you had already shared a screenshot of that, right? I was curious if it's in the PS2 version. Because there are a lot of textures and things that have been added to Enhanced Edition that are not in the PS2 version. Excuse me. no quick save. Not what I'm trying to do. Had a clip of the PS2 version as well, but it's not HD quality. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Just has to be visible enough to be able to tell that the texture is the same. It's not one of the replaced enhanced edition textures. I just hadn't gotten to a point where I can go through and check all that myself. Yeah, they took this squeal sound out of the remake as well when you're going down the stairs. Which is actually just a very sped up baby crying.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
This is one of the scenes where the OG surpasses remake, in my opinion. I agree with that opinion, Legate. I don't think the remake scene is bad, but this one, the emotion behind Maria from Monica Horgan, like, she genuinely sounds fucking mad. And again, after playing Born from a Wish and knowing a bit more about Maria, like, she knows James killed her when she was Mary. She has Mary's memories, she has her thoughts, she has her feelings, she has her own sense of will. She's not just a puppet manifestation of the town. Get stick bugged. So, the fact that she knows James and remembers everything, and James is still so delusional he doesn't even recognize that she is, literally Mary, is probably already annoying to her at the very least. And then for him to just be so nonchalant about, oh, you're alive anyway. Like, yeah, that tone. That tone in the voice is so important. And Salome Gunnersdottir tried her best, I think, to try and mimic that performance. That's one of the biggest problems with that scene in the remake. Almost all of the scenes, they're not trying to mimic the performances of the original. They're doing their own take on it. And a lot of those scenes wind up coming off better in the context for the remake. The ones where they're actually trying to kind of copy the performance, like the Anyway scene, those are the ones that fall a little bit flat. Tassadul, thank you for the stick bugs. Get gift subbed. Get gift subbed, idiots. Silphco Rival and KM4OOS. Enjoy the subs courtesy of Tassadul. Get stick bugged. Thank you so much, man. Maria and Mary's remake performance falls flat as a whole. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far. There's some scenes and there's some times where the performance is really good. And there's a lot of scenes that don't work as well, that are not the fault of the actress. It's not on Salome's performance, like the letter reading. The letter reading at the end of Remake, her performance is good. The choice to play music during that, instead of letting it just be her voice, was a bad choice. That's not on the actress. That's, creative direction in general.
Correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say,
Remake James don't have these moves.
Is James Sunderland. Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house.
He doesn't have this fancy footwork.
Ferris wheel and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back.
Trick or Treat Dude's a lot better in the OG. In Remake, he sounds like he's trying to be creepy. Yep, I agree. This voice is perfect. It sounds like a late 90s, early 2000s game show host. Like, it sounds appropriate for what they're trying to do. They're not trying to make it overly scary or creepy. It just is exactly what you would expect it to be. The creepiness comes from, like, the fact that it's out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly, the absurdity of the situation. The fact that you're in this elevator and this just plays out of nowhere and it's talking about all of these relevant, like, Silent Hill atrocities, and things going on. The voice being just a typical over-the-top game show host voice is what sells it. That is what makes it fit that creepy, out-of-the-ordinary situation. Trying to make it sound creepy on purpose is just not, it doesn't hit the same. The tone is not the same.
Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
I also hate that we don't get this.
What was that?
We get a little moment with James and Maria, with Maria sort of also experiencing it and asking James, you know, what was that? We don't get that in the remake. James is just in there by himself, and he doesn't react, like, at all. Yeah, scenes like that in the remake definitely didn't hit the same standard.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Lead ring. Thanks. And then you have those weird little deliveries from, like, Guy Seehee doing the goofy sounding thanks. Those little charming moments. Like, Salome and Luke, they're really good actors, but there's a lot of humanity lacking in the performances. That lack of awkwardness kind of takes away from the characters. The way you said lead ring, I can just imagine dog. My ball. My balls, your balls. My balls, your balls. Shades of Midnight, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're running for our lives from Pyramid Head. This part's impossible on hard. Once you know what you're doing, it's not that bad, but it is definitely the new player killer part of the game. This part's brutal to watch. I will say I liked the remake shot of Maria's face when that happens, where you see kind of the life drain from her face and she kind of goes blank. In my opinion, they should have kept this song for this scene and not previewed it twice beforehand. Definitely agree on that. Definitely agree on that. Having this song only play here adds a lot to the impact of it and the feeling of it. And yeah, kind of giving that away early took some of that impact out. He who's not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Letter wrench. There's my letter wrench. True, the song is also played in a different key. Laura just off doing her own thing. Yeah, it's a nice little insight into Laura just kind of not being affected by the other world the same way as James. She's still seeing an other world. She's still seeing a not real version of the town. There's just no monsters. There's nothing threatening there for Laura. Also, this sort of text, this little bit of internal dialogue with James, while he's thinking that this could be some form of revenge from Mary. I miss having things like that. The remake doesn't really have a good way to facilitate things like that, because they took out on-screen text, and it wouldn't really work to just have Luke Roberts like saying that stuff to himself out loud either. So they choose to just kind of omit it altogether. It kind of sucks. Kind of sucks losing those little moments. I agree, should be used once, like in the OG Silent Hill 2. Like the mall theme in Silent Hill 3, when Heather talks to her dad. Yeah. Definitely agree. The use of the music is one of the things that threw me off a little bit in the remake. Not enough to, like, detract from the game in a major way for me, but it was noticeable. Hey, Techie, thank you so much for the raid, man. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Back in action. The marathon continues. I was only able to get through Silent Hill 1 and up to Brookhaven in Silent Hill 2 after like 13 hours yesterday, as is traditional Nub Zombie pace. So today I'm trying to go a little bit quicker so that we can finish up 2, get through all of 3, and get through all of 4. Hopefully in the next 12 hours or so. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Hope you've been doing well. What were you playing today? That's not my letter wrench house. There it is. Got the wrench from the stairs without bending down to pick it up. I used to obsess about that when I was speedrunning this game. Getting that wrench from as far away as I could. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. On your eternal balls. More Death Stranding 2, definitely in the weeds. Hell yeah. I'll be getting back to Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. I don't want to get into it too much because we've got a lot of Hulks here watching that don't want it spoiled for them, who haven't gotten around to the game yet. But I look forward to finishing it and having people to talk about it with. I'll say that. Fatal Frame made in the Black Water? Nice. I need to get back to the Fatal Frame stuff. I need to get back to playing some Fatal Frames at some point. My wife was actually streaming the Fatal Frame series on her channel, twitch.tv/theeldrach. But I've only ever played the first three. I've only ever played Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3. I didn't play 4, and I didn't play 5. I forget which one is which. Maiden of Blackwater's 5, right? Maiden is 4. Maiden is 5. Classic chat. Heartbroken about the remake of the fourth game, the re-release or whatever it was. Have the OG version for Wii, and honestly loved it far more than the actual Nintendo release of it. I'll have to look into that because I really don't know anything about the differences. I've got a Wii console, and I don't mind modding it because I know for a long time that's what kept me from playing. I think it's 4, I guess. Was you had to like mod it so that you could have the fan translation, like subtitles and stuff. If I'm remembering correctly. We need 1 through 3 remasters / ports. Yeah. I've got physical copies of 1, 2, and 3. I've got 1 and 2 on Xbox, and I've got 3 on PS2. Modded Wii and fan translation for Mask of Lunar Eclipse. That's what it was. Mask of Lunar Eclipse and then Maiden of Blackwater. That was the only way for the longest time. We've got a couple Wii consoles floating around, so I wouldn't mind... I don't mind taking the time to mod it. If that's going to be, like, the better way to play. And I've got an HDMI adapter for the Wii from back when I was speedrunning Shattered Memories. Now, does it have to be on an OG Wii, or would it also work for a Wii U? Because that would simplify some of my capture issues if I can do it on Wii U as well. As I said, I've got the HDMI adapter for Wii, so I can make it work either way. Easy to install the homebrew for it, and the patch is simple to install as well. I mean, I've done some basic console modding stuff before. Like, I had to mod my PS TV to be able to play Book of Memories. And I've modded OG Xbox consoles. A few things over the years. So, at the very least, I can follow tutorials. I'm not super tech savvy when it comes to a lot of that stuff. But I'm real good at following instructions. I'm good at research, I'm good at finding the resources that I need, and then following instructions. Pineapple! Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Preparing for a 2-week demolition shutdown. Oh, damn.
What?
Hopefully that all goes smoothly. Just a wall. Just a wall. Just a wall. Shades of Midnight. Shades of Midnight, thank you so much for the Prime. The Bezos bucks. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Nice to have something calming to watch before. I feel you there. I feel you there. I'm the same way. I've got a lot of streamers and a lot of VODs and stuff like that to watch. Now that I've made some progress in Death Stranding 2, I'll probably be watching Techie's VODs from the first part so that I don't get past what I've already seen this coming week. Because, yeah, I've got 2 doctor's appointments back to back on Wednesday and Thursday that I'm nervous about because I've been having health problems. So Wednesday, I'm seeing an orthopedic specialist because I've been having the left side of my body just randomly go numb. Left side of my face, arm, leg, and a lot of pain in my left leg, and now I've started getting muscle spasms as well. So I'm seeing somebody on Wednesday for that. And then the following day, Thursday, I've been wearing a heart monitor, or I was wearing a heart monitor for like 2 weeks. So after Wednesday, Thursday, I've got an appointment with my cardiologist to go over the results from the heart monitor. So going to be a stressful medical week for me. And I'm going to be relying on some comfort videos while I'm unable to sleep before going to the doctors. And probably while I'm sitting in the waiting rooms and everything like that. Is Death Stranding 2 good? Purposefully did not spoil myself during vacation. Be in my thoughts. Hopefully you get the right treatment and get better, or at least more comfortable. Thank you. I'm hoping for good news. And yeah, if you liked Death Stranding 1, you will like Death Stranding 2. I don't want to get too into detail for people who are avoiding spoilers and stuff, but if you like the first one, you will probably like the second one. I'm really loving that game so far. Hey, Sakura. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Eddie?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
You know, this is my first real time going through the OG since playing the remake as much as I have been for the last year almost. One thing that I'm really picking up on is how much more impactful a lot of these cutscenes are in terms of pacing. The fact that each of these interactions in the OG compared to the remake feels so brief, where it's just like, here's something going on, here's something fucked up, here's something creepy and weird, and then they're like, okay, I'm out. And you're thrown right back into your gameplay. Whereas the remake really lingers on all of its scenes, which for some scenes it's good, letting it kind of breathe and being able to soak in the atmosphere of the creepiness going on. Like this scene in remake, I think, is a good example of one that works really well, kind of drawn out a little bit more. But other ones, they feel a little unnecessarily long, where the impact of having something just kind of fucked up happen and then it just moves on leaves you a little bit more shocked. Again, not necessarily a bad thing, but just a noticeable difference in tone between the two. I just want to stop and look around here. The cult cell for a minute. We spent a lot of time in the remake with the cam hack, looking around the remake version of this cell, trying to find all of these books. Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings. Guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. You can find all of these in that cell. Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning. This one is written in wingdings on one of the book covers in Remake. Tome of the Seer, Feast of the Succubi, Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. Like, all of these book titles, if you cam hack and look at the books in the cell, you can find them all. And like I said, one of them is written in fucking wingdings. So they're not just, like, laid out there, easily viewable. They really are just hidden Easter eggs. Ritual. The iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. Little moments like that, getting locked in the cell and having to just keep trying or wait before you can get back out. I understand why they remove things like that and why they change things like that, but I still miss them. I feel like Remake Prison is such a huge departure from OG that it almost lost me. Again, in terms of pacing, I'm not a big fan of the Remake Prison. Like, in this game, it's a very short area, like relatively quick to get through. But it's very intense. It always stuck out in my mind as one of the scarier parts of the game, despite being one of the shorter parts of the game. Whereas Remake, it's just like, oh, okay. Every time I get to that part in Remake, I'm like, this is the part where I've got to deal with all the annoying enemies. Like, it's cool that the mannequins are spidery and crawl around, and that there's more prison in general to explore. But it's a little too much. They needed to tone it back by, like, yeah, like 15 to 20% pineapple. Same thing with the hotel. It shouldn't have been expanded out that much. There shouldn't have been quite that much combat. Remake Prison has spider mannequins, so it's automatically better. It does have stick bugs. It does have stick bugs. I could have used a few less. Just a few less stick bugs. Pick it up, James. We're gonna read about the little Baroness. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. So that is what the Silent Hill arcade game is. The story for that game is all based off of the Little Baroness. You play as, well, you can play as Eric, one of the descendants of the captain of the Little Baroness. And you're trying to help a little girl who is being possessed by one of the girls who was on the Little Baroness that died. And there's a diary here. The Warden's Diary. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Right, so I don't have the cam hack installed. This is a fresh install of Enhanced Edition. But wasn't there masks in this room? There are masks directly in front. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Kikyo. Directly in front of James, where he's facing. There are those masks. They're on this wall right here. But this is a static camera angle. You cannot move the camera here. You can only see this wall and those masks if you have something to modify your camera view. You don't say anything, like he doesn't have any way to examine them. You don't see them from this angle. You don't see them from this angle. You have to literally just cam hack or use a level viewer to be able to see that they're there. And Bloober Team took the time and research to know that those were there and include them in the remake. Like, there might be some things in the remake that I don't agree with and that I don't necessarily like as much as the OG, but I still think it's an amazing game. And Bloober Team definitely went crazy with the amount of detail in terms of environments. Would have appreciated a bit more lore on the prison, but Bloober's writing is their biggest issue. I agree with that. Remake hospital memos were done so poorly, in my opinion. I get what they were trying to do with, like, the hospital memos, but it had the unfortunate side effect of also stirring up a lot of not so great, not so accurate fan theories. But I mean, that's going to be unavoidable no matter what you do. That's just the Silent Hill fandom in general. People are going to latch onto things, misunderstand them, misinterpret them. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, before I move on, there is one little thing here that I like to... If you examine this corpse, you get this bit of text, did that just move or was it only my imagination? So nothing moves in the OG. It is just your imagination. But in the remake, they made it so when you walk into this part of the room, one of the sets of legs that's in the holes in the wall does twitch, moves very slightly, very quickly. Just enough where you'll kind of question, like, did you see it move or did you not? I like things like that. I definitely really like things like that. Do you agree that this fandom can be toxic? I agree that there are toxic people in any fandom. I would say that the Silent Hill fandom in general, no. The vast majority of Silent Hill fans are not toxic people. They're usually people who are very intelligent, very passionate, really care a lot about this series, and care a lot about sharing their thoughts, their ideas, their interpretations, their information with each other. Like, that's like 90% of the fan base that I've ever interacted with. Super passionate, super intelligent, really cool people. Then there's the remaining 10%, maybe, even that might be too generous of a figure, who are, and I'll say it, it's mostly influencers and content creators that make up that last bit. Because it's people who get popular off of quote unquote hot takes or just sort of spreading hate. You know, all the people who were shitting on the remake just because of Angela's face, you know, or things like that. Like, there's those people in the fandom as well, unfortunately. The people who purposefully spread misinformation, whether just intentionally or through their own ignorance and refusal to like research anything. They just regurgitate the same wrong information without looking into anything themselves. Fans who push their theories as though they are facts and then get argumentative over, you know, with other fans who disagree or interpret things differently. There's that subset of fans, but it's a very, very small percentage of the fan base as a whole. Most people in the Silent Hill fandom are not like that. Yeah, most people in the fandom are not like that. Unfortunately, like I said, it's a lot of influencers and content creators, so they're very loud. They're a very loud subset of fans because they make videos, they make Twitter posts, they post on the subreddit all the time, and the rest of the fan base sees them very often, even though there's not that many people like that. Centralia stuff? It's a real short answer. Centralia, Pennsylvania, is a town where there was a coal mine fire that is still burning to this day. And it was used as inspiration for the design of the Silent Hill town in the movies. Not the games. The developers of the games have gone on record saying that they didn't even know about Centralia when they made the original Silent Hill games. There's dialogue in Silent Hill 1 saying that the stuff falling from the sky is snow, it's not ash. So it's like, it's a long running misinformation that has just been spread from a lot of influencers, a lot of content creators who just don't do any research, and they just keep regurgitating the same, here's a Silent Hill fun fact, did you know the real Silent Hill, like that kind of person, that's been going on since 2006, since the first movie came out. And ever since then, it's just taken hold. So there's a lot of fans who are maybe new to the series and just haven't dug that deeply, who tend to run into those kind of like videos and things. And it's grown way bigger than it should have. It's gotten blown way out of proportion with how many people spread that misinformation around without learning kind of the truth of it. Here's one of the things from the remake that I miss the most. My beloved great knife. My massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. By the way, for all the people who are like, his name is Red Pyramid Thing. What do these words on the screen right here say? Actually, it's Red Pyramid Thing. I really wish we could have actually used this, even just for a little bit. Even just for a little bit. Just give us, like, a little sequence of Labyrinth to swing around a great knife. That would have been great. That would have been nice. Love the sound design in this room. Me too. The fan in that background, like, shh. Like, breathy scrape noise. Pyramid Head chasing you in this room in the remake scared the hell out of me. I mean, I didn't even go around that area enough, but Pyramid Head is there in the OG. He doesn't follow you into the room, though. But he does follow you around that hallway with the mandarins. Here's a scene that I much more prefer the OG. Remake fell flat on this one.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
God, the voice performance is so good.
How do you know about that?
That is Mary's voice,
Aren't
and
you
then right
Maria?
back into Maria.
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
Right there, she
All I
does
want from
both
you
in
is
one
an answer.
sentence.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there.
Even the
I'll be
body
there
language
soon.
of how she leans back and the camera angle that's like practically an upskirt. Everything's so like overly suggestive. We're missing so much of that in the remake. Salome does a good performance, don't get me wrong. But that performance from Monica Horgan and the cinematography of the whole scene is just so fucking good. It's so good. The fact that you can hear those subtle tone shifts in her performance for Mary and Maria, and the fact that she's able to do it just from word to word in the same sentence. Like, it's Mary's voice going, I am, and then immediately into Mary, if you want me to be. And it's just like, ugh, gives me chills, man. 24 years later. The remake is good, but it does not invoke that reaction from me. Excuse me, fellers. He changes his tune after she gets horny. He does. And I like that. I like that we get more from James, his reaction to everything, out of Guy Seehe's performance in that scene. Even if Guy's acting chops are like not up to snuff compared to like Monica Horgan. I like the change in his voice. The sort of happy desperation of like, you're alive. And then the change in the tone when things get really suggestive from Maria. Feel like in Remake, we don't really get the Mary voice until Maria talks to James before the final battle. Yeah. That's the thing. We know that Salome is capable of doing, in my opinion, a really good shift from Mary to Maria. But yeah, we only really experience it on the rooftop at the very end. Like, it's that final boss fight. That's the only time through the game where you really get that moment. They really needed to dial that in for the labyrinth scene, and it's just lacking a bit. Let's go say hi to Pyramid Head since he's over here. You got my knife. Turn on your location. That's fine. He's got a spear. He's got multiple weapons. I can have his knife. Always hated these halls when doing pacifist runs, too close quarters to dodge some of them easily. I guess it depends on your criteria for pacifist. But if you're going for as low of a kill count, but you're still able to injure enemies, basically if you're just trying to get the super low kill count, least amount of kills for me was like 5, you can definitely go lower than 5, because I've tried to do similar runs. So the ones in that hallway, you just want to shoot them until they go down and then crawl out of your way without actually stomping them. You can kill less than 5 things in total in the whole game. Oh yeah. Maybe we'll do a low kill, low percent playthrough one of these days, and I can show you some of my tricks. Now, some of it is specific to PC version because it involves some quick save shenanigans. That's without skipping anything? No, that's with some quick save PC glitches to skip some stuff. You usually do it on OG PS2. 5 kills for PS2 hardware then is probably about as low as you can get. PC, I think you can do 3? I will say, Bloober Team outdid themselves for this part alone. There might be some scenes and some moments in the remake that I've been kind of talking about that I don't like as much. Remake fucking went wild with Angela and Abstract Daddy here.
Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Right.
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
One of the few times where Donna Burke's Aussie accent comes through.
Ridiculous. I never.
We'll stay injured for a little bit. Actually, no, we won't. I hate the vignette. I know I can disable that in the enhanced edition settings, but Here we go. RN Jesus. Sometimes I wonder how obvious or shocking the twist of Mary's real death is for people who don't know. I mean, I feel like there are so many things in the game that hint towards it. Hey, RN Jesus. Looking out for me. Prayers answered. But yeah, I feel like there's so many things throughout the game that hint towards James killing Mary, but if you're a first-time player and you're just not expecting it, a lot of times people are just not that observant, especially on a first time through. It's one of those things where once you know it's there, on a replay, those things stand out to you much more clearly. But for a first time through, if you just don't know anything going into it, a lot of those things are too subtle. People will just miss it.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
I can't believe the remake would have Maria facing the opposite direction on the bed. Absolutely unplayable. Don't you know the significance and symbolic meaning of having Maria facing
Mary.
perfect nautical north at all times? How could you not know that, Bloober Team, and have her facing the wrong direction in the bed? Nothing else for me in this room. Nautical north. That's a thing, right? And degrees off. Miriam K. Walter Sullivan. Walter Suluban. Pour one out for our homie Walter. This was something I like in the OG that the remake kind of did differently as well. As you're getting closer to the end of the hallway here, leading up to Eddie, the blood stains are very faint. It's just like, oh, here's a little bit of blood right here. And then it's like, oh, there's a little bit more. And then you start seeing it like, oh, fuck, it's like everywhere. Just completely coating the hallway. You don't have that, like, here's a little bit and then here's everything. Remake, it's just like immediately, there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing. Now it's everywhere and it's just like dripping off of the ceiling. remake did this kind of awesome though coming up. It's still a little funny. It's a little weird
Eddie?
seeing James punch
What are you
Eddie in the
doing?
fucking face.
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh.
See, there's like pros and cons.
From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just
I like OG Eddie's tone, but remake Eddie also has like some really good delivery. I like that he shoots the corpse
You're just like him, James.
in between corpse can't laugh.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
I'll punch you in the face in the remake, Eddie. But it's like, if you're wondering why they changed that scene, this is why. Because this is the gameplay in the original. We then stand in a small room at point blank and shoot each other. Which, I get it. They want to make this a little more streamlined, a little less kind of silly. And they don't want to break it up into like this small fight and then the next scene and then the big fight. So they just kind of condense all of the talking and back and forth with James and Eddie to happen a little bit more naturally. And instead of having the small point blank gunfight here, they just have James punch the shit out of Eddie and then they move on to the actual fight. So like, I get it. I get why that was kind of streamlined. All of our James corpses. Remake Eddie was really good. Probably my favorite scene. Oh, I agree. Remake Eddie was very good. Remake Eddie and Remake Laura were probably my two favorite character portrayals out of the remake.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Party Eddie. Shit. Messed up my space. Always miss this if anyone's ever done this room in Cam Hack, but is there anything under the sheets around the hanging meat near the neck parts? There's like a tiny little bump where the shape just sort of rounds out the bottom a little bit. But there's not anything like significant. There's not like a head or legs or anything like that. So, not really.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
And then Remake completely removed all this dialogue. We get the physical acting of James with his hands shaking and everything like that.
Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
But we lose our human being. We lose our human being line. I could understand taking out the Mary, did you really die line to try to make things a little less obvious, a little more subtle. But you still could have had Remake James sort of out loud trying to cope with himself. Like, I killed a human being. He wasn't one of those things. He was a person. We could have done that. We could have had that. There's ways to make that work. Having him just be completely silent was not the call, in my opinion. There's our persons procuring or concealing escape of prisoners are subject to prosecution, which is from Alcatraz. It's based on a real sign outside of an actual prison. And it's hidden in a dumpster, all rusted, in the remake as an Easter egg. They have it referenced in the achievement text. That doesn't count. I shouldn't have to explain why that doesn't count. Kind of awkward to me that killing a dude in a meat locker makes James think of Mary. But that's kind of the point. Like, James has been in denial to the point where he's like, oh, I could never kill somebody. That's not something that I have in me as a person. Like, that's part of his delusion, is that he thinks himself to be incapable of that. And then the confrontation with Eddie shows he is more than capable of doing that if he's pushed to it. And that's what triggers that subconscious feeling in his mind. Like, he is capable of doing this. What else might he have been capable of? And then he starts somewhat coming out of his delusion. He starts questioning whether or not Mary was really dead 3 years ago. Yeah, it's a shame we don't get Eddie's revolver. We don't get Eddie's revolver. Maria just throws her revolver over the wall where Laura was sitting. Just leaving revolvers all over this town. This town is full of revolvers. How can you just sit there and use 9mm? This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. I do love the remake hotel. I think once you're in it and going through it, it's a little bit, just a little bit long-winded, overstays its welcome a bit. But the design of the gardens and the redesign of the hotel to look more like the actual Stanley Hotel, the hotel that the Overlook from The Shining was based on. Why is the hotel within clear view distance of the Alcatraz tier prison? Not very resort friendly. Because that prison does not exist in modern day. The town is bringing the prison back from the early 1900s. The prison doesn't exist anymore. It's the historical society now. Like, if you're here in the normal world enjoying your vacation and you go to that spot, it's just the historical society. The prison was only there from 1860 until like 1912 or so. And then it was torn down. Waiting for you, room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe, just maybe,
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true, he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Who's Rachel? Rachel's Henry's neighbor. Who's Henry? He's the photographer who lives in the apartments that your dad owns. Who's Dad? Remake rendition of this song doesn't hit the same way. I've heard that, and similar to the song after Maria's death in the elevator in Brookhaven, it's in a different key. And I think that the change of key for the song changes the feeling people get from it. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? Rest in peace, cat drawing. No cat in the remake. Instead, Laura draws herself as a bunny and James as a happy little dog. Wonder what a game would look like with a grown-up Laura coming back to Silent Hill? That was originally the idea for Silent Hill Homecoming. L. Holloway was in the first draft of Homecoming script was going to be an adult Laura. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Time for the abstract daddies. The doormen, which, according to Ito, was like a last-minute thing. They didn't have time to basically do different creatures for the area, so they had to reuse some, and they wound up reusing the abstract daddy model. Because a lot of people kind of questioned that, like, why are we seeing Angela monsters in the hotel? Even though, like, it kind of makes sense. Angela is also here. Like, we see her on the burning stairs. But that was one of those things they changed up for remake. They got rid of the hotel doormen and replaced them with boss mandarins. Mr. James Sunderland. The video you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Room 312, the key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Hear me out, James probably might not be a good dad. Probably not. Probably not. Here's something that I definitely like how it's handled in the OG more than the remake. So, if you try to go up to room 312 immediately, you have this gate blocking the way. So you walk up to it, try to go through, it's locked, so you just turn around to leave.
James.
And you hear a very sad sounding Mary call out to James. It's only after you walk up, try to go through, and then start walking away, and it's a very sad tone in Mary's voice. It's very faint, very subtle. In the remake, as soon as you walk up to the door, you just hear Salome go, "James!" She like screams it. I was like, why? Why that? Why that tone? Like, I appreciate Bloober for at least including that scene and not omitting that little bit of audio entirely. But the way it was handled was like so off. Wonder what the original planned monster was? I like to think it's the Fukuro lady, but probably not. Probably not. Fukuro lady was kind of made for other reasons. And then wound up being reused as a model in Silent Hill 3, because once again, Ito originally was going to create a new model for Lisa Garland. Every time you see Valtiel torturing Fukuro lady, that was originally supposed to be Lisa Garland. But Ito apparently didn't have time with all the other things, because Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 didn't have the same, like, they had bigger budgets than Silent Hill 2, but they had way less of a timeline to get the games done. And their teams were split up because they were working on 3 and 4 at the same time. So things were a little more rushed. They didn't have as much time to get a lot of things done that they wanted to. So Ito has gone on record saying, like, the nurse being tortured by Valtiel in 3 was supposed to be Lisa Garland, but he didn't have time to make a unique model for her. So they just reused Fukuro lady. Watching the cam hack video inspecting the Polyphon music box was so cool. Yeah, there were so many awesome details like that. It was so much fun going through with the cam mod. Just seeing all that stuff. There's a book open on top of the desk. Looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. See, I miss having text like that. I missed having character insight moments. When you examine things in the environment. Again, the way modern games are made, I understand why there's not just like things that you can just run up to and examine like this. and just have text on the screen. But I miss stuff like that. Excuse me, fellows. Excuse-y. Excuse-y. Always feel confused on Alessa's feelings for Lisa? Let's put it this way. Alessa thought enough of Lisa to manifest her similar to the way that Maria was manifested for James, where she has sort of her own sense of awareness, her own will, her own memories. She's not just a puppet nurse like everything else, all the other nurses that are manifested. She recognizes that she's the same as them in the sense that she's already dead and a manifestation. But she was important enough to Alessa for Alessa to imagine her differently than all of the other nurses. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo's been colored over with a marker. All right. Exler. No visit to San Francisco is complete without seeing the cow. Gotta go to San Francisco. I gotta see that cow. Anyway, Mama. Damn. Dark. Dork. Dose. Lose. Lore. Love. Lock. Luck. Cuck. Kill. Hell. Hill. Help. Down. Down. Does Maria know she's a manifestation of the town? Yes, born from a wish. That is the best part of Born from a Wish, is kind of learning that bit of insight about her character. Steve-O Dig. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 42 months. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, Steve-O. Seemed like she was her one comfort, yet if the intent was to show her getting tortured in 3, is that because of Alessa's memories or the will of the gods? I think it's just to show that, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you are dead and your soul is sort of part of this other world, your memories, your manifestation form, however you want to view it, it's not a happy existence. It doesn't matter if somebody thought well of you before you wound up there. Like, you're still there. For a second, I thought that was Laura in-game calling someone a fart face. Yeah, she was just down the hallway yelling fart face. Weight allowance. One person. James, you big fatty. You fatty boomba. We are allowed to keep this photo and this envelope. But everything else has to go. Sakura, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the support. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Like that in the remake, they kept that in, being able to take the photo and letter with you. Yeah, that was a nice detail. That was a nice detail. Because, like, here's the thing. So, I've got two explanations for this. There is the game developer logic explanation, and there is the in-world lore explanation, right? So the lore explanation is you can have these things on you because the photo of Mary, it's just a small photo and it's something that is important to James. We assume this is real because he's able to show it to other people, like he shows Angela, and she seems to react as though she is looking at a real photo. This we know is not real. So throughout the entire game, you have this and you can check it in your inventory. Now that Eddie has been killed, if you try to look at it, the paper is blank. After we watch the VHS tape, the paper will be completely gone and it's just an empty envelope. And then after the two Pyramid Head fight, the entire envelope and everything is gone from your inventory. So this is part of James's delusion. He never got a letter. That is not why he came to the town. He came to the town because he has his wife's corpse in the back seat of the car and he wants to commit suicide in the last place that they were happy together, Silent Hill. That's why he came to the town. But if he knew that, that would sort of spoil the game from the very beginning. That is part of his delusion. His brain and the town sort of need to give him an excuse for why he's here that is not suicide. So the letter is manifested, and the town's able to make this letter because the real one that Mary left for James is already in the town before James arrives. Laura gets there first. She's already there with the real one. So the town's able to use basically the real one to make the fake one and use this as an excuse for James to have a reason for being in the town that's not just suicide. But as he breaks out of his delusion, as he starts to remember what he did and the real reason he came to the town, this vanishes from your inventory. So this would not have any weight because it's not real, and this is just a photo, and it's something that, again, because of how important it is, then it would be okay. The game developer point of view for why you're allowed to keep these things on you, these are the only items in the entire game that you don't pick up. From the very start of the game, these are the only two items in your inventory. So from a coding perspective, if this elevator is basically just checking to see if you have any items on you that you have picked up, these would not be flagged the same way as everything else in the game, because you never pick these up anywhere. They were just automatically on you. So it could just be a difference in coding that the elevator check is not looking for these things because they're not coded the same as normal items, or all of my lore there. So it might not even necessarily be a lore reason, just a happy coincidence through coding why you're able to keep these things on you. But I do like that Bloober took the time to like do it the same way themselves for the remake, where you can put everything else on the shelf, but you can keep those things. And look, all of the assets that Bloober Team recreated. Cookie, pound cake, butter cake, all the cans of fruit, cans of tuna. And then they added in their Polish dumplings and things like that. Not a single light bulb in any of these cans. That's okay. We're about to get some canned light bulbs, finally. Finally, some good fucking food. Felt so empty when those weren't there. Like, of all the things to have left out, why those? Seriously. Also, I forgot the can opener. And the VHS tape. Ma'am. Get out of my way. There it is. Silent Hill, the movie. Recorded onto VHS. From that time James watched it on HBO. But see, like, the kitchen layout is even so similar. Remake took the time to have all these other things in there. The scale, the metal tins, the pots and pans down there, the refrigerator, like even the style of the fridge and stuff is the same. All these things, all this care and attention to detail, and all the other references. Every other time that a puzzle or something changed in Remake, they usually put it in as an Easter egg or as a remnant of the past that you can interact with. But this one thing, this one can with some light bulbs, could not be found anywhere. And it's like, yeah, you still get a light bulb and dip it into a can of paint. It's not the same, though. It's not the same. And you don't even get the satisfaction of seeing like a cutscene of dipping the light bulb in. You just combine it in your inventory and then you have it. There's light bulbs in the can. Where are my canned light bulbs, Bloober? That's my biggest complaint about the remake. Say what you want about the voice performances or the cinematography or the pacing or the combat or whatever. This is my biggest issue with the remake now. where are the canned light bulbs? And if they are hidden somewhere in the game, and I know there's Bloober employees who watch my stuff, if you're watching this and they are there and I just missed them, send me a message, please. Also hire me as a consultant for Silent Hill 1. Thank you. My contact email is on my Blue Sky. @NubZombie. Rest in peace, canned light bulbs. Rest in power. Referencing Hereditary. Curious what the Hereditary reference was? The Seal of Paimon. Iria. When you're in the basement level of the hotel, the employee area, you have to collect all the little dice, all the little colored cubes, and put them on the little puzzle thing on the desk, and make a sigil, like rotate everything around to form a sigil. That sigil is the Sigil of Paimon, which technically is like just demonology, historical stuff. It's not exclusively from Hereditary, but Bloober Team, like some of the devs have said in interviews that they were big fans of Hereditary. Like that's why it's in there. Tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. Yep, it's just too dark. Just too dark. There's a handle that's clearly visible, and the lock would presumably be right next to it, and there's brightly lit jukebox right next to it, but gotta have this fresh canned light bulb light. Now you can really see that. Now you can see that lock. When I saw that sigil, was like, Paimon, what are you doing here? Yeah, Rachel and I were big fans of Hereditary, so I had a similar reaction on my first playthrough, where I saw the sigil and the drawing of it on, or there's like a framed picture of it up on the wall in that same room where you solved the puzzle. And I was like, oh, I recognize that. I know what that is. Whoops. Can't do that in the remake. Luke Roberts doesn't have those kind of moves. James after spending 2 seconds on TikTok.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. sorry.
Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James! Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. James. James.
Fuzzy Logic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been having a good weekend, had a good stream. Kikyo, yeah, I know you can include the cut audio of Mary, like, screaming and suffering when James smothers her. Team Silent removed it. It wasn't a, like, censorship thing. It was an artistic, conscious decision from the developers to not include that audio. And I respect their vision, so I don't care about enabling it. Maybe for, like, in-depth playthroughs to show off stuff that I don't normally show off, but most of the time for somewhat kind of casual playthroughs like this, I respect the OG vision. The developer's choice to not have that audio. AI fake sound? What? What are you talking about? Wish it was added in after like a New Game Plus so it would make more sense. For a first time playthrough, I could totally see it not using the audio. I don't know. Supposedly the idea, the concept behind not including the audio is it makes the player less sympathetic towards James. Which I totally get. Actually hearing Mary struggle and suffer makes it a lot harder to, like, empathize with what James is experiencing as well. And he's already painted as such a bad guy by this point in the game. I mean, for most people, I guess, if you're kind of paying attention. But it's interesting. It's interesting that they recorded the audio, that they have that audio, and that it's part of it. Either chatter is trolling or they don't know how old this game is and are conditioned to think awkward line delivery must be AI. Or they're just making a joke. It doesn't have to be that deep. But if you want to hear awkward AI, the difference between a awkward line being delivered by a person and awkward AI, compare dialogue from like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 to Silent Hill Ascension. You want to talk about stuff that just sounds like it's not even a real person? Even though the CEO of Genvid claims there was no AI used, And then they won 2 awards for AI. And the other CEO, the co-owner of Genvid, what was his name? The other guy did business presentations about the use of AI in game development and things like that. So they were big proponents of AI. They loved AI. They know all about AI. They got awards for AI. They do presentations on AI in video game development, but no, not for Ascension. We didn't use AI at all. Of course not. Yeah, my ass. My ass.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Her ambiguous ending is perfect. I like to think she went to end it all, but honestly no clue what she decided to do. I mean, if you're going off of just in-game information, it's left somewhat ambiguous, but I would say from all the context, the implication there of her asking for the knife back and James saying he would never kill himself, Angela sort of just saying whatever and walking off, like, I think the implication's pretty heavy there that she goes off to commit suicide. And then if you include developer commentary on top of that, yeah, you've got devs like Ito and stuff that have said that Angela dies. So it's not It's not that ambiguous. Ouch. Ouch. Oh. Oh. Can't do this in the remake. You can't throw yourself into the flames to go after Angela. Can James die by the fire here? We're pretty low health. There it is. You can. I'm going with you, Angela. I'm going with you. Doesn't the remake just completely kick you out of the area after the cutscene? My most recent playthrough was a cam hack where I was just teleporting myself into that room and looking around. I don't remember by default what the game does. If it actually gives you time to look around there, or if it just handles it all through cutscene and then kicks you out. Aren't the flames just in Angela's perspective? Depends on who you ask. Because for me, the way that scene is presented, the dialogue and the character reactions, Angela saying, well, James saying it's hot as hell. Not, holy shit, the building's on fire. Not, holy fuck, there's flames everywhere. Just, it's hot. So, like, he feels the heat, but he doesn't seem to be reacting as though he can see the flames. So, for me, Angela being like, you see it too, is her just assuming that James can see it, even when he doesn't. But Hiroyuki Owaku and Masahiro Ito have commented on it. And both of those developers have said that everything we're seeing there is the same as James's perspective. That the player is seeing the same thing that James is seeing, which would mean James is seeing flames. There's not a whole lot of times where I disagree with direct developer commentary, but that's one of the situations where I disagree. Like, it really doesn't seem that that's the way it's presented.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
attack. Oh no, don't switch sides. There we go. Trying to cheese it? That's not cheese. That's just knowing strategies. That's just knowing an effective way to fight them. And I didn't even do it very well. I got hit a bunch, and I didn't go in the right position. I did the wrong swing. Little bummed we don't get to use the Great Knife in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Yeah, same. The wiggle sends it into cheese territory, but I won't tell anyone. The wiggle just slightly speeds up the animation time. It's just to slightly get a little bit faster reset in between swings. That's not cheese. It's not like I'm standing in an area where they can't hit me and I can hit them. Does it actually? Yeah. As opposed to just standing still and only targeting one of them, rapidly switching targets between the two of them speeds up your swing animation. Not the animation itself, but the time in between animations for the animation to like go into the next swing.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers?
That stain on the door looks like a face? Yeah, somebody asked Masahiro Ito about that on Twitter once, and he said, I think you think too much.
I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers.
But they kept that stain in the remake.
Look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James.
The human brain excels at finding random faces and random objects. Yep, pareidolia.
Don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me
is
alone.
the term for that.
What I said.
And there is a lot of that in
I'll be okay.
in video games, especially games from this era, where textures and objects and things are very low res and fuzzy. So your brain is sort of compensating by trying to imagine what that object would look like if you were looking at it in person. So you tend to see patterns, faces, human-like figures, words, symbols, even when there are none. Strafing up these stairs is faster as well, by the way. I don't just do it for looking fancy. Because if you try to walk up the stairs, every couple of steps, James kind of stops and staggers. But if you strafe up, he just goes at a nice, clean, consistent speed. Well, should be able to tell what ending we're getting. Can narrow this down by where Mary is. So this is not New Game Plus, so we're not doing UFO or Dog or Rebirth. Mary's not in the bed, so it's not Maria. Because if you're on track at this point for the Maria ending, Mary will be lying in the bed instead of over at the window. So, in water or leave? I'm guessing leave. We'll be able to tell from this dialogue.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary is dead. You killed her.
Taking damage itself
Maria,
is not too big of a flag,
you.
but I healed after
I don't
taking
need
damage
you
almost
anymore.
every time,
What? You must be joking.
which is much more leave coded.
But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Leave is almost always first ending. Leave or in
throw
water.
me away.
Those are the two most common first endings. And this is a fresh
I
install,
understand
so it
now.
is a first ending.
It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Now this is cheese. If I can actually hit her. You want to talk about some cheese strats? This is cheese. Loving Missives, thank you so much for the 35 months and the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate it.
James.
Thank you so much for the love and support. Welcome back.
James.
Another way I'm going to have to do it from now on. Thank you for cheesing this fight. Yeah, if you stand right here, this little corner, I usually try to line up. You see the curvature of the head of the bed right here? I try to line that up with James's arm.
James.
But if you stand right here and just keep doing heavy attacks with the great knife,
James.
she can't hit you.
James. James.
Bonk. By the way, don't go anywhere. Stream is not over. We're doing Silent Hill 3 immediately after the credits.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
All right. Leave ending. That's it for Silent Hill 2. Biggest advocate for video games as an art form? Yeah. Especially for that era. There's a timer for boat stage time? Yes. If you're going for a 10-star rank, which one of these days I'll have to do some 10-star playthroughs for stream, just to kind of go over strategies and routes and stuff for that. But you have to be fast enough. You have to be quick enough in the boat. It counts towards your final ranking.